Or good afternoon, everybody, here at the Loop. Beautiful day of racing. It's a little chilly, a little rainy, but not too bad for us to get going here. 8 beautiful races here on the card. A couple of minor changes on today's program. You can jump to race three, number three. Chief is boss. Just add Mike Williams to the ownership group. Mike Williams is added to the ownership of Chief is boss. And then you can also jump to race six, number seven, heads up boy. For that line to be announced, he was judges scratch. That the line to be announced, he was scratched by the judges. So other than that, our card's all clear. All 8 races will get going here shortly, and we'll be back for post parade. The horses are on track here for post-period race 1, kicking the day off with non-winners, the 2 fillies and mares, 3 races lifetime, going for a purse of $4,300. The 1, Chocolate Bomb, a 4-year-old mare by Armbro Baylor, owned by Paula Mason and trained and driven today by Paula Mason. The 2 is Wood Morning, a 3-year-old colt by Mystician, owned by Arel Voden, trained by Arel Daryl Mason with the reins. The 3 is April Shadows, a 3-year-old shadow plate filly, owned by Laverne Turnbull, trained by Michelle Ray in the bike. And the 4, Stefson Hertons, a 3-year-old filly by I'm the Pied Piper, owned and trained by Arthur Ray, Dean Ray in the bike. The 5 is Tina, owned by Vladimir Kiker, trained by Clayton Braybrook, driven by Clayton. And the 6, HF April's Kiss, a 5-year-old mare by Santana Blue Chip, owned, trained, and driven by Aaron Mason. And also today, that's actually Aaron's first drive. He'll make his first official drive here today, here in race 1. And I'll kick it down to Frank, and he can give you his thoughts here on the first. Frank? Right here, my thoughts here for race number 1. On winners of 2 fillies and mares, 3 races lifetime. I'm going to go with the rail Chocolate Bomb. Finished second last week in 203 flat. Always seems to be in and around the top. Has a bunch of second place finishes this year. Gets the rail. I really like what this 4-year-old mare could do. For second, looking for a potential price at the 5:20 morning line odds. Stefson Hertons finished third last week after back-to-back wins. Gets a little bit of an outside post position. But let's see what Dean Ray can do here with Stefson Hertons. And for third, going to go with Wood Morning. Sorry, I actually mean April Shadows, a 3. Let's go with the 3 April Shadows. Coming off a 5th, but very competitive time. So I'm going to go 1, 4, 3 here in the first. We'll be at post for a few minutes here. A couple minutes to post time. And again, right in front of the grandstand here, number 6, Aaron Mason making his first lifetime start. Let's go, Aaron. The horses are called here to the starting gate down the backstretch here for race 1. Non-winners of 2. Fillies and Mares 3. Races lifetime. Going for a purse of $4,300. They're from the inside. The 1, Chocolate Bomb, teaming up with Paula Mason. The 2, Wood Morning and Daryl Mason. 3, April Shadows and Michelle Ray. The 4, Steph's Inheritance and Dean Ray, your current even money betting favorite. The 5, Tina with Clayton Braybrook. And 6, HF April's Kiss, Aaron Mason. Thank you to everyone here joining us today here live on track and through the simulcast universe. It's race 1 post time. 1 of 8. And they're off and pacing. 3 horses really jumped to the front end. Chocolate Bomb with the inside track. April Shadows trying to find some space, but way out Steph's Inheritance, the favorite right now, really caught out wide trying to get to the front end. Settling for 4th is Wood Morning. Caught out 2 wide. HF April's Kiss, and Tina can see them all. They're going down the backstretch here for the first time. 5 in, 1 out. Rookie Driver caught out 2 wide, trying to find a space there in 4th, but Chocolate Bomb leading the way. Racing in seconds, April Shadows. Steph's Inheritance in 4th. Now HF April's Kiss found a space in 4th. Wood Morning's racing in 5th. And Tina. Opening quarter of 31-1. 31-1 for Chocolate Bomb. But a length back to April Shadows. Another length back to Steph's Inheritance, your betting favorite. And right there in 4th, HF April's Kiss. 6 lengths back to Wood Morning, and Tina now making a move at the back of the pack. They're coming down the stretch here for the first time today. Chocolate Bomb and Paula Mason setting that early pace. But right there on the helmet, second is April Shadows, and was one of the longest shots on the board. And then racing third is your favorite, Steph's Inheritance, here at the half. 101-4 for the half mile. And they're kicking in the clubhouse turn. It still is Chocolate Bomb, the one to catch. April Shadows racing there in second. Steph's Inheritance is patiently waiting in third. Tina still charging out 2 wide, but HF April's Kiss holding steady in 4th, and Wood Morning. Down the backstretch they go. Chocolate Bomb still leading the way. No big movement yet, but Tina's trying to battle hard. Now trying to make a move is Steph's Inheritance and April Shadows here at the 3-quarter mark in 131-4. 131-4 for Chocolate Bomb, looking to go wire to wire here, but April Shadows going to be battling hard. Tina came from the back of the pack, now third, 3 wide. Steph's Inheritance boxed in, trying to find some space. HF April's Kiss is treading water as well. Of Wood Morning. Down the stretch they come here in the first. Chocolate Bomb's got the easy inside track, but April Shadows out 2 wide. Tina looking for some dangerous here. But don't count out Steph's Inheritance. It's going to be real tight at the wire, but looks like, April Shadows might have nosed that one out in 2 minutes and 4/5. Coming to the winner circles, the unofficial winner of today's first race, April Shadows, a 3-year-old filly by Shadow Play out of April May Dune, bred by Winback Farms, owned by Laverne Turnbull, trained and driven today to victory by Michelle Ray. Here we go. Give another big round of applause for Winning Connections, April Shadows, along with Michelle Ray. As we wait for payouts, here's their quarter times once again. They opened the race in 31-1, over the half in 101-4, 3/4 131-4, finished the full mile 2 minutes and 4/5. New lifetime mark for April Shadows. And here are your payouts for race number 1. April Shadows paid $14.60 to win, $3 to place, had no show wagering. The 4, Steph's Inheritance, paid $2.10 to place and $2.40 to show. And the 1, Chocolate Bomb, paid $2.10 to show. The $1 Exactor 3-4 pays $50.15. Well, the $1 Triactor will pay out 3-4 with all, $91.65. And here's your order of finish for race number 1. The 1, Chocolate Bomb, was 3rd. The 2, Wood Morning, was 6th. The 3, April Shadows, your winner. The 4, Steph's Inheritance, was 2nd. The 5, Tana, was 5th. And the 6, HF April's Kiss, with 5th. From the top down, your program should read 3, 6, 1, 2, 4, 5 on the bottom. Upcoming second race, we got a full field of 8 maidens going for a purse of $4,000. And I'll kick it down to Frank, and he can give everyone his thoughts here. Frank? Awesome. Thank you, Frank. And my thoughts here on race number 2. Big open field of 8. All these horses are maidens. Yet to get a visit to the winner's circle. So really tough race here. But I'm gonna have to go with the rail horse, Austin's Bud. Last time out was in the Futurity final. Our richest race here for all stake races, but the richest race for 3-year-old Manitoba breds. Finished 6th, but did it in 2:01 and 4. Very impressive time considering that the race was completed, I believe, sub 2 minutes in. I can't remember, but it was a very fast race, and Austin's Bud was right there in the mix in 2:01 and 4. Really impressive time for a 3-year-old. I think it was 1:58 and change, which is a new track record for 3-year-olds. So Austin's Bud kept pace, even though finishing 6th, gets the rail here, and comes in with a bunch of horses that have yet to win. For second, I'm going to go with the 3. Picture Perfect Time has always been in and around the top 3. Last week finished third in 2:05 and 2. Finished second a couple weeks ago. Corey Manning really gets this filly into good positions. And I really think that this one could be a good exacta play. And for third, I'm going to go with a tough one here. I really like this horse, but gets kind of draws post position 7. Fortunately, 7 and 8 post positions a little tough out here at the loop on the half-mile track. But I think Dean Ray could definitely get this made marvelously to be up in the top 3. So I'm going to go 1, 3, 7 here. And if you're looking at the pick 3, this one in race 2, the first leg of the pick 3, I would single Austin's Bud. I just really like this that time that he posted last week in the Futurity, 2:01 and 4. That could win almost every race here at the loop. For the second leg, though, race 3 coming up, I'm going to hit that all button. That's a tough race and maybe one of the toughest races on the card. So I'm going to go with 1 with 3, or sorry, 1 with all. And in the fourth and final leg, I'm going to take the 1 and the 2. That is going to cost you some dollars, but it gives you some insurance there in race 3, which is going to be a real tough race. So that's my thoughts again. 1, 3, 7 here in race 2. And I'll be back shortly with Post Parade. The horses are on track here for Post Parade. Race number 2, Maidens, going for a purse of $4,000. Starting with the 1, Austin's Bud, a 3-year-old colt by Who's Your Boy, owned by Ricky Ray, trained and driven today by Michelle Ray. The 2, Tippy on the Beach, a 3-year-old Lambretta filly, owned by Betty Manning, trained by Corey Manning, Clayton Braybrook with the reins today. The 3, Picture Perfect Time, a 3-year-old Lambretta filly, owned, trained, and driven today by Corey Manning. Is just slightly late for Post Parade. The 4 is Son of Pablo, a 3-year-old colt by Trust the Artist, owned and trained by Jackie Grundy, Tyler Grundy in the bike. The 5 is Andy's Luck, a 3-year-old colt by Andrioli Hanover, owned and trained by Arel Voden. Paula Mason teams up. The 6, Smokin' in the Boys' Room, a 3-year-old Mystician filly, owned, trained, and driven by Mark Fillion. The 7 is Made Marvelously, a 3-year-old colt by Spinfinity, owned by Roland and Justin Ray, trained by Roland Ray, Dean Ray in the bike. And the 8, Girl on the Go, 3-year-old filly by Ambro Baylor, owned by Daryl and Sherry Mason, trained by Sherry Mason, Daryl Mason in the bike. And there's 3 crossing right in front of the grandson. So all 8 horses are on track here for race number 2. We'll get things going shortly in about 5 minutes. And don't forget to get in on that pick 3. The pick 3 kicks off right here, covering races 2, 3, and 4. And the pick 4 later today starts in race 5. Win, place, show, exactor, triactor wagering all day here at the Loop. And we'll go to post here in less than 3 minutes. The horses are called to the post here for race number 2. Maidens going for a purse of $4,000. Starting from the inside, we got the 1, Austin's Bud and Michelle Ray, your current betting favorite at 9-5. The 2, Tippy on the Beach with Clayton Braybrook. 3, Picture Perfect Time teams up with Corey Manning. The 4, Son of Pablo and Tyler Grundy. The 5, Andy's Luck and Paula Mason. 6, Smoking in the Boys Room with Mark Filion. 7, Made Marvelously and Dean Ray. And the 8, Girl on the Go, Daryl Mason. All 8 Pacers up on the gate. It's post time here for race 2. And they're off end pacing, jumping right off the gate is Picture Perfect Time. Trying to find some space there in second is Austin's Bud. Caught out wide is also Smoking in the Boys Room. Trying to find some space there in third. Son of Pablo settles in fourth. Caught out way wide is Girl on the Go from the 8th spot. Also caught out wide is Made Marvelously from sixth there. Racing in 7th is Tippy on the Beach. And coming out wide is Andy's Luck. 3 wide down the backstretch here, but it's Picture Perfect Time, setting that early pace. Trying to find some space. Girl on the Go. Charging away 30-2 opening quarter for these 8 maidens. Battles on here. Girl on the Go now finally gets the top. Picture Perfect Time's now in second. Racing in third. Austin's Bud, the favorite. Caught out wide. Now is Smoking in the Boys Room. Son of Pablo's racing in fifth. Made Marvelously in sixth. And the battle's on for seventh between Andy's Luck and Tippy on the Beach. Down the stretch they come here for the first time in race 2. Girl on the Go has that front end, while Picture Perfect Time's in second, and Austin's Bud. And they keep going in there to the clubhouse turn. Girl on the Go. Girl on the Go, still leading the way, but now popping out 2 wide again. It's Picture Perfect Time. Austin's Bud and Smoking in the Boys Room as they're going down the backstretch here for the final time in race 2. Caught out 2 wides. Picture Perfect Time charging, trying to find some space. Also is Austin's Bud. Smoking in the Boys Room. They're out 3 wide down the backstretch. Austin's Bud trying to sail on by. Picture Perfect Time. Fading now is Girl on the Go. Had to do a lot of work to get that top end. Smoking in the Boys Room's out 3 wide as well. Charging now is Made Marvelously from the back of the pack. Son of Pablo trying to find some space as well. But it's Austin's Bud and Smoking in the Boys Room. Coming up down the stretch here. Smoking in the Boys Room's charging. Austin's Bud trying to fight him off. Trying to make a big move here is Made Marvelously. Down the stretch they come. Austin's Bud about a head in front of Smoking in the Boys Room. It's Smoking in the Boys Room, wheel for wheel, neck to neck. It's going to be close, real close. Austin's Bud on the inside might have rallied back. Smoking in the Boys Room for second. Made Marvelously rallied good for third there. 202 and 3. coming to the winner's circle is the unofficial winner of today's second race, Austin's Bud. A 3-year-old colt by Who's Your Boy out of Miss Million Bud. Owned and bred by Ricky Ray out of St. Claude, Manitoba. Trained to victory by Michelle Ray. And picking up his second win already today as a driver, Michelle Ray. There you go. Give another big round of applause. Winning Connections, Austin's Bud with Michelle Ray. And we wait for payouts. Here's your quarter times. They opened the race in 30 and 2. Over the half in 1 minute flat. 3/4 in 1:33 and 1. And the final time was actually 2:04 and 2. 2:04 and 2 there for Austin's Bud. And here are your payouts for race number 2. Number 1, Austin's Bud paid $5.70 to win, $3 to place, $2.50 to show. The 6, Smokin' in the Boys Room, paid $9.40 to place, $3.20 to show. And the 7, Made Marvelously, paid $4.50 to show. The $1 exactor 1-6 paid $5.85. The $1 triactor 1-6-7, $223.90. And the $1 daily double 3 with 1 paid $14.15. And your order of finish here for race 2. Number 1, Austin's Bud, your winner. The 2, Tippy on the Beach, was 8th. The 3, Picture Perfect Time, was 4th. The 4, Son of Pablo, was 5th. 5, Andy's Luck, was 7th. The 6, Smokin' in the Boys Room, was 2nd. 7, Made Marvelously, was 3rd. And the 8, Girl on the Go, was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 8, 4, 5, 7, 2, 3, 6 on the bottom. Upcoming third race, there was no changes. Just add Mike Williams to the ownership group of Chief is Boss. Other than that, these 7 will go to post shortly, and I'll kick it down to Frank, and he can give you his thoughts on race 3. Frank? Awesome. Thank you, Frank. Here's my thoughts here on race 3. This is a real tough race. Like I said, last race with that pick 3. I was going to hit the all button here for this one because these 7 horses are very competitive here in this race. All their times are very similar, especially here on the half-mile track. And then you factor in Chief is Boss making his debut here, racing 155 in times right like that in Alberta. He's probably going to be in and around that 2-minute mark here today. It's a real competitive race. So I'm going to kind of go off of 6-1 morning line favorite here, or morning line odds of Major Threat. Coming off a track record for 3-year-olds last week in the maturity final in 159-2. That was the time I was trying to think of last race when I was talking about Austin's Bud. So this horse did win the first major stake race here for Manitoba Breds last week, going wire to wire in a pretty impressive position. Draws a very similar post position. He had post 4 last week. 2 weeks ago in the eliminations, he had post 5. So he's no stranger to this post position. And I think that veteran driver Richard Remillard will put this 3-year-old gelding in a beautiful position here to potentially win this race, and maybe at a price if he stays around that 6-1 mark. For second, though, I'm going to go with the 3, Chief is Boss. I'm very interested to see how he adapts here to the half-mile track. Coming off a 155-3 time at track on 2, but you have to keep in mind that is the big mile track there. He also has similar times at Century Downs in just outside of Calgary. That is an 11/16 mile track. So again, these times are a little bit different, but I think he could be very competitive here. And gets Michelle Ray on the bike, who, as we saw, has back-to-back wins already today and looks like looking for the natural hat trick here with this 5-year-old gelding. For third, I'm going to go with Van Going Fast. Another potential some odds here at 5-1 morning line odds. Finished third in the maturity final in a very impressive 2-minute and 2 time. Finished second in the eliminations behind Piper's Luna. A very impressive filly. So this horse is always there. He can kind of do it from all over the track as well. He drew the rail last week and unfortunately just didn't have enough to hold off Major Threat last week. But so right now I'm going to go 5-3-2 here in race 3, and we'll be back momentarily with Post Parade. The horses are on track here for Post Parade. Race number 3, non-winners of 4, fillies and mares 5, races lifetime. Also eligible non-winners of 5, fillies and mares 6 is races lifetime. Another nice field of 7. Nice big fields here today, 6, 7, and 8. All day here at the Loop. We'll start with the 1, Acquired Taste, the 3-year-old filly by Bettor's Delight, owned by Sherry and Daryl Mason, trained by Sherry Mason, Daryl Mason in the bike. The 2 is Van Going Fast, a 3-year-old gelding by Trust the Artist, owned, trained, and driven by Mark Fillion. The 3 is Chief is Boss, a 5-year-old gelding by Beren Hanover, owned by Garrett Isman and Trevor Williams with Mike Williams, trained by Trevor Williams, Michelle Ray in the bike. The 4, Super Fast, a 5-year-old gelding by In the Irons, owned by Lorraine Ray and Vince Sutherland, trained by Lorraine Ray. Dean Ray teams up. And the 5 is Major Threat, a 3-year-old gelding by All Bets Off, owned by Tara and Garrett Isman, trained by Tara Isman, Richard Remillard in the bike. The 6 is Irish Jean, a 7-year-old mare by You Should See Me Now, owned, trained, and driven by Clayton Braybrook. And the 6, Braxton's Buddy, a 4-year-old horse by Toucam Sam, owned and trained by Arthur Ray. Tyler Grundy teams up. These 7 will go to post in race 3 in about 3 minutes. Less than 2 minutes of post time, less than 2 minutes here to race number 3. Just a reminder, next weekend, we got the Manitoba Great Western Stakes, one of the oldest, not the oldest, standardbred stake race in Western Canada. We got a couple horses in this race who draw in, Van Going Fast and Major Threat, along with a couple horses in race 2. Make sure you join us that, man. That's my favorite race to call of the year, the Manitoba Great Western Stakes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute to post here in race 3. Make sure to get those last second bets in. Win, place, show, exactor, triactor, wagering. Like I said earlier, I feel like the horse right in front of the stands here, Van, going fast, be drawing into next week's Manitoba Great Western Stakes. Make sure to join us for that. No Mark's excited. We got a minute here. Don't forget the pick 4 comes up in race number 5, the pick 4. So take a good look at that for picking the winners of race 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're going to go to post here shortly for race 3. Sorry for that slight delay. We are ready to go now. Get your last second wagers in. Win, place, show, exactor, triactor wagering. The horse are being called here to the starting gate. Race 3. Non-winners of 4. Fillies and Mares 5. Races lifetime. Also eligible non-winners of 5. Races lifetime. Drawing here for $4,600. Starting from the inside, the 1, Acquired Taste. Teams up with Daryl Mason. The 2, Van Going Fast and Mark Fillion. The 3, Chief is Boss. Teams up with Michelle Ray. The 4, Super Fast and Dean Ray, your current 8-5 betting favorites. The 5, Major Threat and Richard Remillard. The 6, Irish Gene, coming in at 99-1. You want to get a last second big wager in. And the 7, Braxton's buddy, Tyler Grundy. The 7 Pacers up on the gate. It's post time, race 3. And they're off end pacing. Big battle brewing here for the front end with the inside. Acquired Taste has the easy track, but Super Fast, battling hard. Caught out 2 wide. Sliding in third is Van Going Fast, trying to find some space as Chief is Boss. Caught out 2 wide is Braxton's buddy. Racing in 6 is Major Threat. And Irish Gene can see them all as they're marching down the backstretch for the first time here. 6 in, 1 out. It's Super Fast. Was the favorite, but Chief is Boss got it right at post time. Super Fast is your leader with Acquired Taste racing there in second, and Van Going Fast is third. Opening quarter in 30-1 for Super Fast, but a length back to Acquired Taste, another length back to Van Going Fast. Trying to catch up now is Chief is Boss. Lengths back to Braxton's buddy. Now it's racing in 6 is Major Threat and Irish Gene. They're coming down the stretch here for the first time, strung out. It is Super Fast, the one to catch, but Acquired Taste right there on the helmet with Van Going Fast in third. And Chief is Boss. Now making a move is Major Threat from the back of the pack. 59-4 for the opening half mile for Super Fast. 29-3, second panel. They're kicking into the clubhouse turn. Super Fast, still the one to catch. Acquired Taste is waiting there patiently in second. Van Going Fast, trying to make a move. Now sliding up the inside is Chief as Boss. Major Threat and Braxton's buddy battling it out. And Irish Gene. Down the stretch they go, backstretch they go for the final time. Acquired Taste battling hard with Super Fast. Caught in boxes, Chief is Boss. And now battling hard for fourth is Van Going Fast here at the 3-quarter mark. 1:30-2 at the 3-quarter mark. Super Fast led this race up until now. Acquired Taste is battling hard. Waiting in the pocket is Chief is Boss. And fourth is Van Going Fast. Here comes Major Threat trying to find some space. Down the stretch they come on the inside. Super Fast out 2 wide. Acquired Taste trying to find some space. Chief is Boss now out 3 wide. Chief is Boss is trying to find some room. Van Going Fast out way wide. But Chief is Boss real tight. Looks to be real close, but Super Fast might have just had that in 2 minutes and 3/5. Coming to the winner circles, your unofficial winner of today's third race, Super Fast. 5-year-old gelding by In the Irons out of Hammers Rainbow. Here he's coming. He was bred by Dean Ray out of St. Claude, Manitoba, currently owned by Lorraine Ray and Vince Sutherland, trained by Lorraine Ray, and driven to victory today by Dean Ray. There you go. Get another big round of applause for the winning connections with Super Fast and Dean Ray. Your winners here in race 3. As we wait for payouts, use your quarter times once again. They open the race in 30-1, over half in 59-4, 3/4 in 1:30-2, finishing the full mile 2 minutes and 3. New lifetime mark for Super Fast. And here are your payouts for the third. Super Fast paid $9.50 to win, $3.30 to place, $2.90 to show. The 3, Chief is Boss, paid $3.40 to place, $3.10 to show, and the 1, Acquired Taste, paid $3.10 to show. The $1 exactor, 4-3, paid $13.75, while the $1 triactor, 4-3-1, paid $97.60. And your order finish here for race 3, the 1, Acquired Taste, was 3rd. The 2, Van Going Fast, was 4th. The 3, Chief is Boss, was 2nd. 4, Super Fast, your winner. 5, Major Threat, was 5th. The 6, Irish Gene, was 7th. And Braxton's Buddy was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 3, 4, 2, 1, 5, 7, 6 on the bottom. Upcoming 4th race, non-winners the 2, Fillies and Mares, 3 races lifetime, going for a purse of $4,306. Draw in. And I'll kick it down to our on-track host here, Frank. Frank, who do you got here in the 4th? Awesome. Thank you, Frank. Another nice race here in race 4. 6th field was like one of the shorter fields of the day, but still pretty tough to pick from. The last leg here in our pick 3. I'm going to go with the 2. We don't talk about Bruno coming off of that Futurity final last week in 5th place in 201 flat. He also will, I believe, draw into the Manitoba Great Western next week, which I've talked about a couple times today. Yes, he actually gets the rail next week. So a couple back-to-back good draws here for We Don't Talk About Bruno. And Dean Reyes is coming off that win there in race 3. So I'm thinking these two will be buzzing here. For second, I'm going to go with the morning line odds favorite. Have one on me. Coming in a bunch of top 3 finishes, did get her this 4-year-old horse story got her his first win back in Miami in July in 203 and 3, and has finished top 3 ever since. Gets a good rail draw here, but did get the rail last week and ended up finishing second. So I think it'll be a big battle between 1 and 2 here early in the 4th. Pretty tough for third. I'm going to go with the 5, though. Pretty Frisky, coming off a win last week in 202 and 3. We've seen Clayton today be pretty aggressive driving today. Almost had a couple wins, a big win in the first race. He's been in and around the top here today, and Pretty Frisky. I'm liking how this 3-year-old gelding's been looking so far this year. So I'm going to go 2-1-5 here in the 4th. And again, don't forget the pick 4 coming up in race 5. Win Place Show. Exactor, Triactor betting in all 8 races, and we'll be back for post parade. The horses are on track here for post-parade race 4. Non-winners of 2, fillies and mares 3, races lifetime, going for a purse of $4,300. Starting from the inside, the 1, Have One on Me, a 4-year-old horse by Santana Blue Chip, owned by Brad Caldwell along with Paula Mason. Paula trains and drives as well. The 2 is We Don't Talk About Bruno, a 3-year-old gelding by I'm the Pied Piper, owned by Lorraine Ray and Vince Southern, trained by Lorraine Ray. Dean Ray teams up. The 3 is Miss Baby, a 3-year-old filly by He's Watching, owned by Sherry and Daryl Mason, trained by Sherry Mason. Daryl Mason teams up. The 4, Millie's Filly, 3-year-old filly by Mr. Rock, owned and trained by Arel Voden. Michelle Ray in the bike. The 5 is Pretty Frisky, a 3-year-old gelding by All Bets Off, owned by Alice and Fred Gilbert, trained by Clayton Braybrook. Clayton Braybrook in the bike. And the 6, Shirley Wicked, a 3-year-old filly by McWicked, owned by Derek Gilbert, trained by Jackie Grundy. Tyler Grundy teams up. These 6 are all on track and ready to go here for race 4 in less than 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post here for race 4. Less than 1 minute. Get all your last second wagers in. Win, place, show, exactor, triactor wagering. Don't forget the pick 4 starts in the next race. Race 5. A couple of horses in front of the grandstands here. The 2 is your current betting favorite. We don't talk about Bruno. The 6 paces are called to the starting gate here for race 4. Non-winners of 2, fillies and mares 3. Races lifetime. Going for a purse of $4,300. Find a leg in our pick 3. Field of 6 here. Start from the inside. Have One on Me. Teams up with Paula Mason. The 2, We Don't Talk About Bruno and Dean Ray. Your current 4 to 5 betting favorite. The 3, Miss Baby and Daryl Mason. The 4, Millie's Philly and Michelle Ray. 3-4, your current longest shots on the board, each at 10 to 1. The 5, Pretty Frisky, Clayton Braybrook. And the 6, Shirley Wicked and Tyler Grundy. All 6 up on the gate. It's post time. And they're off end pacing. Early battle brewing here at the beginning of the race. Miss Baby trying to charge to take the front end, but We Don't Talk About Bruno making it difficult. But Miss Baby did get the top side there. And racing in third is Have One on Me. In fourth is Pretty Frisky. 4 lengths back to Shirley Wicked. And Millie's Philly. You can see them all. They're going down the backstretch here for the first time in race 4. It is Miss Baby up on top. Racing there in second, closing the gap is We Don't Talk About Bruno. Your betting favorite at post time, and Have One on Me is your top 3 at the opening quarter. 29-1. Very speedy opening quarter for these non-winners of 2, fillies and mares 3. But it is Miss Baby still the one to catch. We Don't Talk About Bruno's in second. Have One on Me is racing in third. Shirley Wicked really wants to get into the action out 2 wide charging, putting Pretty Frisky in fifth. And a few lengths back to Millie's Philly. They're coming down the stretch here for the first time. Miss Baby and Shirley Wicked now battling it up. Now popping out is Have One on Me. Pretty Frisky's coming out 2 wide as well. More horses look to be out 2 wide than on the inside. 102-1 here at the half. They're kicking in the clubhouse turn. Miss Baby still the one to catch. Shirley Wicked battling with We Don't Talk About Bruno for second. Have One on Me's trying to find some space. And Pretty Frisky down the backstretch they go 3 wide. Have One on Me's out 3 wide, trying to catch up, but it's all Miss Baby up into this point. We're going off stride. There is Shirley Wicked off stride. Have One on Me's got a little bit of extra room now. 132-4. 132-4 for Miss Baby. Have One on Me's trying to battle hard. Pretty Frisky's out 3 wide now as well. We Don't Talk About Bruno's caught into the pocket. But it's still Miss Baby the one to catch. Have One on Me. He's got a real good chance here, but way out wide. It's Pretty Frisky, but it's still Miss Baby the one to catch. Pretty Frisky is going hard on the outside. Pretty Frisky is going to sail on by Pretty Frisky. And the Clayton Braybrook celebration there in 202-4. Please hold all tickets for race 4. Hold all tickets. There's a judge's inquiry here in race 4. Coming to the winner's circles, your unofficial winner here of race 4, Pretty Frisky. A 3-year-old gelding by All Bets Off out of Real Pretty. Bred by Alice Gilbert and Derek Gilbert of Brandon, Manitoba. Currently still owned by Alice and Fred Gilbert. Trained and driven today by Victory, Clayton Braybrook. There you go. Give another big round of applause to the winning connections. Pretty Frisky and Clayton Braybrook. The judge's inquiry sign is now down. But as we wait for the payouts, here's your quarter times once again for race 4. They opened the first quarter in 29-1, over the half in 102-1, 3/4 132-4, finishing the full mile 202-4, making it 3 straight wins for Pretty Frisky. Here are your payouts for race number 4. The 5, Pretty Frisky, paid $5.80 to win, $2.10 to place, $2.80 to show. The 3, Miss Baby, paid $3.40 to place, $3.20 to show. And we don't talk about Bruno. The 2 paid $2.40 to show. The $1 exactor 5-3 paid $13.60. The $1 triactor 5-3-2 paid $49.30. Well, the $1 pick 3 1-4-5, 1 with 4 with 5 paid $88.75. And your order of finish here for race 4. Number 1, Have One on Me, was 4th. The 2, We Don't Talk About Bruno, was 3rd. Sorry, 2nd. No, sorry, 3rd. I can't read my own writing. Number 2, We Don't Talk About Bruno, was 3rd. The 2, Miss Baby, was 2nd. The 4, Millie's Philly, was 6th. The 5, Pretty Frisky, your winner. And the 6, Shirley Wicked, was 5th. From the top down, your program should read 4, 3, 2, 6, 1, 5 on the bottom. In the upcoming 5th race, no changes. 6 will go to post, and we'll kick off our pick 4. And I'll kick it down to Frank. And what's Frank got for you here, race 5? Frank? Awesome. Thank you, Frank. Another good race coming up here in race 5, even with just 6 drawing in. Going claimers here for $7,500. Really tough one here, but I'm going to have to go with the 2, My Little Chloe. Coming off a big win last week as a 72-1 long shot. I believe the longest shot we've had here this year so far at the Loop. Doing an impressive 2:01 mile. Coming from sitting in the pocket for most of the race and then coming home big there. Gets the 2-hole. I can easily imagine a very exact trip here today. For second, though, I got to go with Tough is Buff. Finished in 2:01 and 3 last week. Finished 5th, but was placed 4th. Had some good top 3 finishes before that. Had a win a couple weeks ago here in 2:02. Had a sub 2-minute mile where he finished second behind Fancy That, who also draws in here today, but gets the outside post. And then for third, I'm actually going to go with Fancy That on the outside. Finished third last week, but did cause some interference and ended up getting placed 6th, but still had a pretty solid mile. One on sub 2-minute miles a couple times this year, once in Miami and once here at the Loop. I think this 5-year-old Armbro Baylor gelding will be looking to get back on track here today and maybe get in the winner's circle here. So I'm going to go 2, 4, 6 in race 5. You're looking at that pick 4 in this race. I'm going to go with the 2 and the 4 and the 6. I'm going to go with 3 horses, my top 3 choices here today. In the second leg, I'm going to single the 1, looking like a million, making his Manitoba Day return here, looking like a million. In the third leg, which is race 7, I'm going to go with 3 horses again, 2, 3, and 4. And then we're going to finish off the day, race 8, with my top 3 choices again, 1, 2, and 3. So that's where I'm looking at my pick 4. Make sure you get in on that here in race 5, and I'll be back when horses are on track for post braid. The horses are on track here for post parade race 5. Claimers going for $4,300. So from the inside, the 1 Sub Zero, a 6-year-old gelding by 6 Days on the Road, owned and trained by Arel Voden, Richard Remillard in the bike. The 2 My Little Chloe, a 5-year-old mare by Lambretta, owned, trained, and driven by Corey Manning. The 3 is Poppin' Like Pez, a 5-year-old gelding by Custard the Dragon, owned and trained by Arel Voden. Michelle Ray teams up. The 4 Tough is Buff, 7-year-old gelding by Sunshine Beach, owned by Alice Gilbert, trained by Clayton Braybrook. Clayton Braybrook teams up. The 5 AK Up and Atom, a 6-year-old gelding by Andrioli Hanover, owned and trained by Jackie Grundy, Tyler Grundy in the bike. And the 6 Fancy That, a 5-year-old gelding by Armbro Baylor, owned by Daryl and Sherry Mason, trained by Sherry Mason, Daryl Mason in the bike. These 6 will go to post in less than 3 minutes. We're less than 2 minutes to post here in race 5. Win, place, show, exactor, tractor, wagering, and get your bets in the pick 4. Great sequence we got here. Field of 6 followed by 3 straight with a field of 7. Real competitive races. So get in on that pick 4. Again, 2 minutes to post here in race 5. Horses are called to starting gate here for race 5. Going for a purse of $4,300. Starting from the inside, we got the 1, Sub-Zero. Teams up with Richard Remillard. We got the 2, My Little Chloe and Corey Manning. The 3, Poppin' Like Pez with Michelle Ray. 4, Tough as Buff, Clayton Braybrook. The 5, AK Up and Adam, current longest shot at the board at 22-1. And just on the outside, Fancy That and Daryl Mason, your current favorite, 7-5. It's post time here. Race 5 kicking off our pick 4. And they're off in pacing on the inside. Sub-Zero gets the easy trip, but My Little Chloe trying to find some space. So is Tough as Buff. Caught out wide is AK Up and Adam. Sliding in fourth is Poppin' Like Pez. And Fancy That, the favorite, can see them all as they're marching down the backstretch here for the first time. They're 3 wide going down the backstretch here. It's right at the top end. It is Sub-Zero. My Little Chloe has that spot in second, trying to find some relief is Tough as Buff. AK Up and Adam charging, wanting the front end. Poppin' Like Pez is fifth. And Fancy That. Opening quarter, 28-2. Speedy 28-2 for these claimers, but it's Sub-Zero with the inside. Really wanting that front end is AK Up and Adam. Still comfortable in the pockets, My Little Chloe. Racing in fourth is Tough as Buff. Poppin' Like Pez is fifth. And that favorite, Fancy That, has some work to do. They're coming down the stretch here. 5 in, 1 out. AK Up and Adam still has no relief. Sub-Zero, though, still leading the way with My Little Chloe. We're comfortable in third. And it's still Sub-Zero. Also popping out as Tough as Buff, but it's still Sub-Zero's race here. On the outside, it is AK Up and Adam. Still on third is My Little Chloe. Tough as Buff's out, as well as Poppin' Like Pez. And moving on up on the inside, it's Fancy That. Down the backstretch they go. It's Sub-Zero. AK Up and Adam out 3 wide is Tough as Buff making a charge here. My Little Chloe's now boxed in fourth. Fancy That's fifth with Poppin' Like Pez here at the 3-quarter mark, but it's Sub-Zero still. Well, no, actually, as soon as I said that, Tough as Buff puts his nose out in front. Tough as Buff making a charge way out wide as well as Poppin' Like Pez, but Sub-Zero's holding on to second. Fancy That wants to join the party way out wide, but it's going to be tough to catch Tough as Buff. Big battles on for second. Tough as Buff with the lead. Sub-Zero still in second with Fancy That out way wide. Fancy That might be the only one to catch Tough as Buff. Fancy That's going to track him down, but it's all Tough as Buff. Clayton Braybrook back-to-back wins as well here today for Tough as Buff. Wow. Coming to the winner's circles, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, Tough as Buff, a 7-year-old gelding by Sunshine Beach out of Exquidite, Alberta, bred by Fred, Alice, and Derek Gilbert, owned by Alice Gilbert, trained and driven to victory, Clayton Braybrook. There we go, get another big round of applause. Winning connections, Tough as Buff with Clayton Braybrook. As we wait for payouts here, your quarter times once again. The clock was a little wrong. They opened the race in 30 and 4 over the half in 1 minute and 2. 3 quarters, 132 flat, finishing full mile 202 and 2. And here are your payouts now for race 5. Number 4, Tough as Buff, paid $660 to win, $330 to place, $340 to show. The 6, Fancy That, paid $480 to place, $720 to show. And the 1, Sub-Zero, paid $720 to show. The $1 Exactor, 4-6, paid $6.75. While the $1 Triactor, 461, paid $36.95. In your order of finish here for the 5th, number 1, Sub-Zero was 3rd. The 2, My Little Chloe was 4th. The 3, Poppin' Like Pez was 5th. The 4, Tough as Buff, your winner. The 5, AK Up and Adam was 6th. And 6, Fancy That was 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 3, 4, 5, 1, 6, 2 on the bottom. As we continue here, race 6. Got 7 here drawing in, and we'll kick it down to Frank, and he can tell you what he's got going on here in this race. Frank? Thanks, Frank. Very interesting race here in race 6. And I got to go with the inside horse Looking Like a Million. For anyone new to the Loop or Manitoba Harness Racing, the Looking Like a Million is the reigning top Manitoba bred horse after the 2024 season. Currently also has the track record here as 2-year-old. Now coming here as a 4-year-old. I believe eyeing that 4-year-old stake in a few weeks at the end of September. So I'm going to have to go with Looking Like a Million. And if you remember, I like this gelding so much, I singled him in my pick 4. Coming off some big miles in Southern Ontario. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do in his return here. For second, I'm going to go with the 4, Tammy Blue. Dropping down from the Open a couple weeks ago. Didn't have the greatest mile. Finished 7th, but in 2 minutes, 2 minutes could win most races here at the Loop, and that was the 7th place in our competitive Open. So coming down here into this class, Tammy Blue, and we just saw Clayton win back-to-back times. I'm sure he would love to make it a natural hat trick as well. And then for third, I'm going to go with the 5, Control the Distance, looking for 3 straight wins. Coming into this weekend. Does have a little bit of a tough hurdle here coming from post 5, but it's surely been done here. So I'm going to go 1, 4, 5, and we'll be back when horses are on track for post parade. The horses are on track here for post parade race 6. Non-winners of 750, fillies and mares 937 and 50 cents. Last 3 starts, draw the inside. Also eligible non-winners of 1,000, fillies and mares 1375. Also eligible non-winners of 8, fillies and mares 9. Big mouthful there, but the good field of 7 draws in here. Starting from the inside, the 1, we got Looking Like a Million, a 4-year-old gelding by Armbro Baylor, owned by Tara George and Garrett Isman, along with Trevor Williams. Trevor trains. Richard Remillard in the bike. The 2, Seek and Destroy, a 5-year-old gelding by Smart Shark, owned, trained, and driven by Paula Mason. The 3, Tina La Vida, a 5-year-old mare by Santana Blue Chip, owned and trained by Arel Voden, Michelle Ray in the bike. The 3, Tammy Blue, an 11-year-old mare by Blue Burner, owned, trained, and driven by Clayton Braybrook. The 5 is Control the Distance, a 5-year-old mare by Control the Moment, owned by Daryl and Sherry Mason, trained by Sherry Mason. Daryl with the reins. The 6, Fall Out Girl, a 6-year-old mare by Andrioli Hanover, owned, trained, and driven by Mark Fillion. And the 7, Heads Up Boy, a 7-year-old mare by Vertical Horizon, owned by Fred Gilbert with Douglas Bowers, trained by Jackie Grundy, Tyler Grundy in the bike. And if you're looking at the program for Heads Up Boy, again, that line to be announced, he was a judge's scratch. So that's all to be announced for that line to be announced in the program. He was a judge's scratch. So all 7 will go to post here in race 6 in less than 3 minutes. You're going to get your last second wagers here for race 6. Win, Play, Show, Triactor, Exactor Wagering. A nice field of 7. And the return of Looking Like a Million. Really excited to see how this race unfolds. Less than 1 minute. The horse are called to starting gate here for race 6. Went for a purse of $4,900. Starting from the inside, you got the 1 looking like a million, teaming up with Richard Remillard, and your current betting favorite at 3 to 5. You got the 2 Seek and Destroy with Paula Mason, 99 to 1 on the board. The 3 Tina Levita and Michelle Ray. The 4 Tammy Blue and Clayton Braybrook. The 5 Control the Distance with Daryl Mason. 6 Fallout Girl Mark Filion. And the 7 Heads Up Boy with Tyler Grundy. All 7 up on the gate. It's post time here. Race 6. And they're off end pacing. Big wave of horses all trying to get the front end. But with the easiest inside look, looks to be like looking like a million. Control the distance, charging hard. Having to settle for the pocket in third is Tina Levita. Racing in fourth is Tammy Blue, catching Fallout Girl wide. Then racing in 6 is Seek and Destroy with Heads Up Boy. Your trailers are marching down the backstretch, looking like a million. Wanted that front end, forcing control of the distance now to head into the pocket. Pushing Tina Levita back down to third. A few lengths back to Tammy Blue. Big opening quarter there for looking like a million. Control the distance still in second. Tina Levita's in third. 5 lengths back to Tammy Blue. Right there in fifth is Fallout Girl. A few more lengths back to Seek and Destroy. And Heads Up Boy. But they're coming down the stretch here for the first time. Looking like a million. Looking like a million here today in race 6 as we come down to the half here. Richard Remillard looking like a million. The rating, Manitoba bred, holding this race in hand with Control the Distance right there in second. And Tina Levita, that's your top 3 here at the half-mile station. They're kicking in the clubhouse turn. It's looking like a million. Still the one to catch with Control the Distance racing there in second. Tina Levita's in third. Catching up fourth is Tammy Blue. Fallout Girl is the first one to make a move out wide. Seek and Destroy and Heads Up Boy battling it at the back of the pack. But down the backstretch they go, looking like a million. Looks like he's got a lot in the tank. 3 lengths back to Control the Distance, and Tina Levita looking like a million. Making this look easy. 5 lengths back to Control the Distance, and Tina Levita battling out for second. Tammy Blue's sitting there in fourth, and the battle's brewing from the back of the pack is Heads Up Boys now in fifth, and Fallout Girl's fading, but down this stretch they come. It's looking like a million in his Manitoba return. Looking like a million, making it super easy. Big battle brewing for second between Tina Levita and Tammy Blue, but looking like a million. And it looks like Tina Levita will hold on for second, Tammy Blue for third. We'll check that mile time in a second, but it's all looking like a million. Coming to the winner circles, your unofficial winner of today's sixth race, Looking Like a Million. A 4-year-old gelding by Armbro Baylor out of Untold Millions. Bred by Daryl and Sherry Mason. Currently owned by Tara, George, Garrett Isman, along with Trevor Williams, who trains this gelding, and driven to victory day by Richard Remillard. We're going to give a big round of applause for Looking Like a Million and Richard Remillard. And I'll try to have the quarter times if available, but that was a big mile there by Looking Like a Million.
Yeah, you're gonna find it actually. Okay. You guys are good with it. Yep. Okay.
Here are your payouts for race 6. Looking Like a Million paid $320 to win, $220 to place, $210 to show. The 3, Tina Levita, paid $360 to place, $230 to show. And the 4, Tammy Blue, paid $270 to show. The $1 exactor paid $5.85. And the $1 triactor, if you have this, 134, $264.35. And your order of finish here for race 6. Number 1, Looking Like a Million, your winner. The 2, Seek and Destroy, was 6th. The 3, Tina Levita, was 2nd. The 4, Tammy Blue, was 3rd. The 5, Control the Distance, was 4th. The 6, Fallout Girl, was 7th. And the 7, Heads Up Boy, was 5th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 6, 2, 3, 4, 7, 5 on the bottom. And here are your quarter times. They opened the race in 29 and 2, over the half in 58 and 4, 3/4 129 and 2. I thought it would be closer, but to the track record, but 159 flat for the mile. And then we'll move on to the 7th race. Another big field of 7 here. Kicking things off, it's the Open, my favorite race of the week. We'll kick it down to Frank, and he can give his thoughts here on this great Open. Frank? Awesome. Thank you, Frank. Another great race here. Great open. It might look like a slam dunk, but it really isn't. So, but there's two horses in particular I think Frank and I kind of both agree on here. And I'm actually, because we got the 3, Hurry Home. She's been the queen of the Fillies and Mares Open. Has won, 2 in a row in the Fillies and Mares Open before getting moved up to face the boys. Won that, had to sit out a week. And then we got Ginger Tree Finney, who won 3 in a row in the boys division here, and then had to sit out a week and came back and finished 3rd last week. Did get stuck out in a very dead post position 7. Get some post relief here in post 4, but I am going to put Hurry Home on top. I really like what this mare's been doing. But Ginger Tree Finney and Hurry Home are my top 2. You can really play them either way. And it's for 3rd that gets really interesting here. I'm going to go with the 2, Non-Versation. Finished 5th last week from this post position, but I think this horse has a lot more to show. Gets an inside a little bit better draw here at post 2. Gets inside these 2 horses 3 and 4, and maybe can wait out a speed duel if Hurry Home and Ginger Tree Finney start battling it out down the backstretch. But really open race here. You could also look at Outlaw Spiced Rum on the post 7. Won last week after, but does get swaps positions. Had post 1 last week. Now gets that dreaded 7 hole. But maybe could do some damage here if there's some early post positions. Treasure Horizon's another one. Finished 2nd last week, but does have a tough post in race 6 or post 6. 2 shoes, can't count out another win from the rail here in the Open. And Apajatura, Clayton's had a pretty good day today. Already 2 wins on the board, so Apajatura could be his 3rd here today. But this is a great Open. Make sure to get your wagers in. And if you're looking at the daily double, in this one, I'm going to go 3 horses in this one. I'm going to go my top 3 choice, 2, 3, 4, which is, of course, Non-Versation, Hurry Home, and Ginger Tree Finney. And I'm going to pair them with my top 3 choices in the last race, which is 1, 2, and 3, which, of course, I'll talk about why as we go into race 8. But we'll be back momentarily when horses are on track for race 7, the Open. The horses are on track here for post parade race 7. It's the Open, going for a purse of $6,250. Nice field of 7. The top 7 pacers here on the grounds, and we'll start with the inside. The 1-2 Shoes, an 8-year-old gelding by What Ya Say, owned and trained by Dennis Chapala. Mark Fillion in the bike. The 2 Non-Versation, a 5-year-old mare by Mystician, owned by Tara Isman with Jim Wilson and Richard Remillard. Tara Isman trains, Richard Remillard in the bike. The 3 Hurry Home, another Mystician mare. This one is 8 years old, owned by Daryl Mason, who's also in the bike, trained by Sherry Mason. The 4 Ginger Tree Finney, 7-year-old gelding by Captain Trencherous, owned by Laverne Turnbull, trained and driven by Michelle Ray. The 5 is Apajatura, an 11-year-old gelding by Blue Burner, owned by Glenda Giles, trained by Clayton Braybrook. Clayton Braybrook with the reins. The 6 is Treasure Horizon, 8-year-old mare by Vertical Horizon, owned by Daryl and Sherry Mason, trained by Sherry Mason. Paula Mason picks up the drive. And the 7, Outlaw Spiced Rum, 7-year-old mare by Blue Burner, owned and trained by Arel Voden, Tyler Grundy in the bike. These 7 will go to post here for the Open in less than 3 minutes. The horses are called and starting to get here for race 7. It's the Open for $6,250. Nice big field of 7 here. They're starting from the inside. 2 Shoes teams up with Mark Filion. The 2 Non-Versation with Richard Remillard. The 3 Hurry Home and Daryl Mason. 4 Ginger Tree Finney and Michelle Ray, your 3 to 5 post-time favorite. The 5 Apoggiatura and Clayton Braybrook. Treasure Horizon 99 to 1. Get a last second bet in on her. And then on the outside, Outlaw Spice Rum and Tyler Grundy. All 7 on the gate. It's the Open Best 7 Pacers here in Manitoba. And they're off end pacing. Ginger Tree Finney at the word go, trying to charge to the front end. Hurry Home's going to make that difficult, as well as 2 Shoes. Non-Versation slides there in 4th, with Apoggiatura racing in 5th. Caught out wide, Outlaw Spice Rum, last week's winner. And Treasure Horizon can see them all as they're marching down the backstretch here for the first time. Hurry Home gets the front end with 2 Shoes now sitting in 2nd. Non-Versation's about 2 lengths back in 3rd. The favorite at 1 to 5, Ginger Tree Finney's 4th. Battle going on for 5th between Outlaw Spiced Rum and Apoggiatura. And at the back end, Treasure Horizon as they're coming down the stretch here for the first time. Hurry Home has the lead with 2 Shoes sitting there in 2nd. Non-Versations racing in 3rd. In 4th is Ginger Tree Finney. Still caught out 2 wides. Outlaw Spiced Rum. Apoggiatura is inside 6th. And Treasure Horizon. But on top, it's all Hurry Home right now. Right there in seconds, 2 Shoes. Now making a move is both Non-Versation and Ginger Tree Finney. 4 in, 3 out as they're kicking in the clubhouse turn. It's Hurry Home, the one to catch. 2 Shoes going to be boxed in now by Non-Versation out 2 wide. Trying to find some space out 2 wide. Ginger Tree Finney. Apoggiatura is fading a bit on the inside. Outlaw Spice Rum's been out 2 wide this whole race. And Treasure Horizon. Down the backstretch they go. Hurry Home. Really wanted the front ends. Got to hold on from Non-Versation and Ginger Tree Finney. 2 Shoes is really boxed in now 4th, but the new leader, Non-Versation, taking over. Ginger Tree Finney's trying to track him down. Hurry Home's fading a bit, but Outlaw Spice Rum's not going anywhere out 2 wide as well. Non-Versation on the inside. Ginger Tree Finney caught out 2 wide. 2-horse battle down the stretch here in the Open. Non-Versation's going to be tough to catch. Ginger Tree Finney's fading a bit. Out wide, Outlaw Spiced Rum, who's been having a tough race. Non-Versation looking to hold on. Going to be real tight, but Non-Versation will hold on. Ginger Tree Finney. And wow, Outlaw Spiced Rum doing that tough out wide. Coming to the winner's circles, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, Non-Versation. 5-year-old mare by Mystician out of Say Anything. Bred by Gigi Van Osseren out of Alberta. Owned by Tara Isman, Jim Wilson, and Richard Remillard, trained by Tara and driven to victory, picking up another back-to-back win. We have a few of those today. Richard Remillard. There we go. Another big round of applause for the winning connections here. Non-versation with Richard Remillard.
Yeah, I got 29 and 1, 59 and 2, 130.
Yep.
And
159 and 4.
Here are your quarter times for race number 7. They open the quarter in 29 and 1, over the half in 59 and 2, 3/4 in 130, finishes the full mile 159 and 4. Again for non-versation, picking up the win here in race 7. Here are your payouts for race 7. Number 2, non-versation, paid $25.70 to win, $7 to place, $2.20 to show. Number 4, Ginger Tree Finney, paid $2.20 to place, $2.50 to show, and the 7 Outlaw Spice Rum paid $2.60 to show. The $1 Exactor paid $23.95, and the $1 Triactor 247 paid $167.65. Your order finish here in the open race 7. Number 1, Two Shoes was 5th. The 2 Non-Versation, your winner. The 3 Hurry Home was 7th. 4 Ginger Tree Finney was 2nd. The 5 Appoggiatura was 6th. The 4 Treasure Horizon was 4th. And the 7 Outlaw Spice Rum was 3rd. From the top down, your program should read 5, 1, 7, 2, 6, 4, 3 on the bottom. Upcoming 8th race, 7 more maidens will go to post for $4,000. End off our day here, and for the last time, we'll kick it down to Frank. Frank, what do you got here in the 8th? Awesome. Thank you, Frank. I think we got the same top three, just a little bit jumbled order because I'm actually going to go with the three on top here with Raise a Little Trouble. Finished second last week in 2:06 and 2. Very competitive time. One of the fastest time if you're considering all these horses racing here at the Loop. For second, I am going to go with the 2 Bia Beth. Has been racing faster. Nice, so 2:01 in one time, qualifying a couple weeks ago, but that was at, I believe, Kawartha Downs in Ontario. Has also done some racing at Rideau in Ottawa, and did put up some sub 2-minute miles, but you have to try to do that conversion here on the half-mile track. Probably going to be pacing in around 2:03, 2:04. Could win this one, but I'd like to see one start by Bia Beth before I put her on top. And then for third, I'm going to go with the 2-year-old. Draws the rail once again. If you look at those lines, all ones, because he gets to draw the inside, being the 2-year-old. And I think this 2-year-old is going to look really good, especially when it comes to stake time here in Manitoba. So I'm going to go 3, 2, 1 to end things off here on race 8. We'll be back when post-parade. The horses are on track here for Post Parade Race 8. Our finale maidens going for a purse of $4,000. Starting from the inside, we got the 1, Just Cruise On By, a 2-year-old colt by Lambretta, owned by Corey and Deanna Manning, trained and driven today by Corey Manning. The 2, Be a Beth, a 3-year-old filly by He's Watching, owned by Roland and Justin Ray, trained by Roland Ray, Paula Mason in the bike. The 3, Raise a Little Trouble, a 3-year-old colt by Who's Your Boy, owned by Ricky and Janet Ray, trained by Michelle Ray with the reins. The 4, Crimson's Case, a 3-year-old gelding by Spinfinity, owned by Kayla Ray, trained by Lorraine Ray. Dean Ray teams up. The 5, Swaggerly, a 3-year-old colt by Armbro Baylor, trained by Sherry Mason, Daryl Mason in the bike. The 6, It's Your Call, a 3-year-old filly by Lambretta, owned by Betty Manning, trained by Corey Manning. Clayton Braybrook teams up. And the 7, Zooming On By, a 3-year-old filly by Sunshine Beach, owned and trained by Tara Isman, Richard Remillard in the bike. These 7 will go to post in our finale less than 4 minutes. Again, don't forget to join us next week. Got more racing action, which will be capped off by the 78th running of the Manitoba Great Western Stakes. Take one last good look here of the field of 7. 6 of them are right in front of the grandstands. Current betting favorites, the 4 right now, Crimson's Case. Get your last second wagers in. Win, place, show, tractor, exactor wagering. The horses are called to starting it here for race 8, our finale. Maiden's going for a purse of $4,000. Starting from the inside, we got Just Cruise On By. The 2-year-old colt here with Corey Manning. The 2, Be a Beth with Paula Mason. 3, Raise a Little Trouble with Michelle Ray. The 4, Crimson's Case, still your even money betting favorite at the moment. The 5, Swaggerly and Daryl Mason. 6, It's Your Call with Clayton Braybrook, 99-1 long shot there. And the 7, Zooming On By, Richard Remillard. They're up on the gate and has to start. It's post time. And they're off end pacing. Looks like the 3 Raise a Little Trouble trying to get to the front end, but Just Cruise On By with that inside position, making it difficult. Be a Beth is trying to find some space out too wide as well. Crimson's Case slides on in 4th. Swaggerly is racing in 5th. Zooming On By is in 6th and caught out wide. It's Your Call. As they're marching down the backstretch here, Raise a Little Trouble's got the front end. Just Cruise On By is comfortable in the pocket 2nd. Be a Beth is racing in 3rd. Crimson's Case is in 4th. Swaggerly is in 5th. Backing off now as It's Your Call. And Zooming On By as they're going to the opening quarter. Raise a Little Trouble. On the front end, Just Cruise On By, but now charging Crimson's Case out wide. Didn't like sitting in 4th and trying to battle for 2nd. Now 1st. Wants to make this a little bit speedier pace, but Raise a Little Trouble now is going to be in 2nd behind Crimson's Case. Just Cruise On By is racing in 3rd. Be a Beth is in 4th. Swaggerly's racing in 5th. Coming from the back of the pack, Zooming On By, and It's Your Call. Now on clear by the lead is Crimson's Case. Raise a Little Trouble still there in 2nd. Now popping out 2 wides. Be a Beth challenging for 3rd on Just Cruise On By. They're kicking in the clubhouse turn for the final time here today. It is Crimson's Case. Raise a Little Trouble still in 2nd. Stalling a bit. Be a Beth out wide, but Just Cruise On By is racing now in 4th. Couple lengths back to Swaggerly and Zooming On By, and more lengths back to It's Your Call. Down the backstretch they go. Crimson's Case is trying to take off, but Be a Beth tracking him down here at the 3-quarter mark. Crimson's Case and Be a Beth battling it out. Now charging from way back is Zooming On By as well. Fading a bit, Raise a Little Trouble. But as they're coming down the stretch, Crimson's Case on the inside. Be a Beth out too wide. A few lengths back to Raise a Little Trouble. The battle's on for first. Crimson's Case on the inside. Be a Beth out too wide. Be a Beth trying to track down Crimson's Case. Crimson's Case trying to hold on. Be a Beth passes wheel to wheel, neck to neck, but it is Be a Beth to hold on here for our finale. And Paula Mason on the inside, Crimson's Case. And for 3rd, Raise a Little Trouble. Coming to the winner's circle is the unofficial winner of today's 8th and final race, Be A Beth, a 3-year-old filly by He's Watching out of Lucky Player, bred by Patrick Dillon out of Port Hope, Ontario, owned by Justin and Roland Ray out of St. Claude, Manitoba, trained by Roland Ray, and driven to victory today by Paula Mason. There you go. Give another big round of applause for winning connections here. Be A Beth with Paula Mason. And here are your quarter times for our finale. They opened the race in 32-3, over the half in 103 flat, 3/4 in 135-1, finished the full mile 206-4. And here are your payouts as well. Number 2, Be A Beth, paid $17.50 to win, $5 to place, $2.70 to show. Number 4, Crimson's Case, paid $4.30 to place, had no show wagering. And the 3, Raise a Little Trouble, paid $8 to show. The exactor is going to pay out 2 with all, $2.50. The $1 triactor, though, will pay 2, 4, 3, $132.65. The $1 daily double, 2-2, will pay $23.25. And the $1 pick 4, 4, 1, 2, 2, will pay $127.25. And here's your order of finish for race 8. Number 1, Just Cruise On By, was 4th. The 2, Be A Beth, your winner. The 3, Raise a Little Trouble, was 3rd. The 4, Crimson's Case, was 2nd. 5, Swaggerly, was 6th. 6, It's Your Call, was 7th. And the 7, Zooming On By, was 5th. From the top down, your program should read 4, 1, 3, 2, 6, 7, 5 on the bottom. Once again, we'll be back here at the Loop next week. The big race of the day will be the Manitoba Great Western Stakes. Same time, 1 p.m. Central Post Time. Watch it here, live at the track, or on hpibet.com. On behalf of Frank, I'm Trey Kolbeck. See you next time. Bye-bye.